let me explain our scoring system. We still use a 200 game as par. So if a bowler should roll over, well, 250, they'll get plus 50 for that game. If they roll over 150, they're going to lose 50 things, not so good. But we're going to add up the pluses and minuses, and that'll be the number you see on our scoreboard on the whole end of the house. That'll be updated game by game. In addition, on the overhead monitors, we'll update the individual players' plus-minus total as they make their way around the house in competition. We're also going to update PWBA.com as quick as we can at the conclusion of each game. The bowler's pinfall total will carry over all the way through the tournament until we get to our step ladder final. So every pin counts all the way through. this is your 2-minute warning. 2 minutes remaining in practice time. Okay, bowlers, please hold up on your practice. Practice time is now over. No more deliveries. If you'll cycle your pin setter back to the first ball setting, we'll get you going here. Just a reminder, bowling fans, the use of flash cameras and signing of autographs during competition is strictly prohibited. Also, if you have a cell phone, please turn that to the silent mode. In addition, the area in front of the roped-off stanchions is considered the field of play. And then the field of play belongs to our competitors. We ask that you stay behind the ropes at all times, please. Okay. Names are up, arrows are up. Bowling fans, how about a great send-off for the first round of qualifying? Okay, thank you. Good luck, bowlers.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the PWBA Nationwide Sonoma County Open, along with Matt Cannizzaro. My name is Emil Williams Jr. We thank you for tuning in. We're on Bowl TV, live on Extra Frame. Thanks to our great friends at the PBA. The second stop of the 2016 PBA season, or PWBA season, I beg your pardon. Live from Double Decker Lanes. Great staff on hand here at Double Decker as well. I'd like to thank them for all they have done so far. There are featured pairs throughout, at least today, during qualifying. Right behind lanes 27, 28, but off to the left, we'll have 25, 26, and 27 and 28. Of course, 29 and 30. I'll give you a couple scores as well. On our featured pair so far, you see Carolyn Dorn-Ballard up, the legend, as I like to call her. Robin Romeo, Kelly Kulik, Jazriel Tan, Diana Zavjalova, Elise Bolton, and Amy Gamage. Throughout the day, of course, we mentioned the format a little bit. 6 games of qualifying. It's our first block. We'll take a break. We'll have a second block that will begin at approximately 6:15 Pacific time. That'll be our second 6-game block. After 12 games of qualifying, the field will be cut to the cashier's round. 32 competitors. They will bowl tomorrow. They'll bowl an additional 6 games before the top 12 players advance to match play. If you were following a little bit last week, or if you're just tuning in for the first time this season, you'll notice that the event format has changed. Just briefly what I'm talking about as far as the qualifying portion, the cashier's round, and the really cool portion is the match play. 12 match play finalists, they are all grouped by seeds. So 2 groups, one consisting of the odd seeds and the second consisting of the even seeds. So 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, and 11. Of course, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and 12. Those groups will bowl 6 more games, round robin match play, including a final position round. At the end of that match play, the top 2 from each group, the top 2 ladies, will earn the automatic bids, essentially, to the televised stepladder final. Following that, the 2 groups, seeds 2, 3, 4 in each, will then bowl a group stepladder final simultaneously. And the winners of those stepladders will then make up the final 2 participants in the 4-player televised stepladder final, which will be taped on May 26th in Las Vegas at the Orleans as a part of Queens Weekend, the USBC Queens. The stepladder final will air Tuesday, June 14th at 9 p.m. Eastern on CBS Sports Network. So that is your tournament format for those who, again, may or may not follow so far. Again, this is just stop number 2, the nationwide PWBA Sonoma County Open. 37-foot lane pattern this weekend. And these great ladies are competing against. Early indications, although 37 feet, a little bit on the shorter side. Watched a little bit of practice session this morning and some last night, and so far as we begin game one, the players tend to be playing out kind of straight up the lane. If you can hook it a little bit, you may be going slightly left to right, maybe 8 to 5, 8 to 4 in that regard. We see a lot of ladies going right up the lane as well, both righties and lefties. Last week, top seed was Shannon Pluhowski. It was followed by Sandra Gongora, Liz Johnson, and Rocio Restrepo. Top 4 seeds who will face off on national television. That was the Las Vegas Open last week. That show will air June 7th on CBS Sports Network. In front of us, you see Robin Romeo, just leaving a 10-pin there. Robin, no stranger to history. First woman to win back-to-back USBC Senior Queens Championships. USBC Hall of Famer. Has shared a great moment with her mom, Joan, 2 weeks ago. I believe it was 2 weeks ago at this point. Beg your pardon, it was last week at the Hall of Fame induction ceremony, where Joan was inducted into the USBC Hall of Fame. Victoria's service category. Great speech. Approach trouble there for Robin, and misses that 10-pin. Open in the fourth for Robin. There is Diana Zavjalova coming up on the left lane. You'll see Kelly Kulik enter your screen on the right lane here. Going to take care of a 3-pin. On 25 and 26, Elise Bolton, Amy Gamage, Sherry Tan, and the legend Carolyn Dorn-Ballard. 4 in a row for Zavjalova to start things here in game number 1. Be sure to check PWBA.com for all of your qualifying standings. You can take a look at the lane pattern as well. Lane pattern taken care of by Kegel. Mr. Eric Pearson in the building. EP, great to see him out. Last week we talked a little bit about the international bowlers that are participating in the field, and this week that continues and certainly will be a mainstay on tour. As the best bowlers in the world will come to bowl at several, if not all, of these events. Several members from Team Singapore in attendance last week and again this week as well, as you see Jazreel and Sherry Tan right here on our featured pairs. As Zavjalova gets things started here, front five for Diana, originally from Latvia. Diana won, of course, the 2013 USBC Queens. Also has a ITC title, Intercollegiate Team Championships with Weber. Sherry Tan there, the southpaw off to a good start as well. Showing you what things look like from the left side. Again, Zavjalova 5 in a row. The 2012 ITC team title. Also won a singles championship in 2014. Again, also at Weber, last year's PWBA Minnesota Open winner. Jazreel Tan again on this pair won the Lubbock, Texas stop, the Lubbock Sports Open. Good bowling so far from both pairs, especially this one in front of us. Lanes 27 and 28. Get a good look at DZ there, getting into rhythm. Pre-shot routine, some visualization I'm sure involved as well. I have plenty of legends out this top. Carol Giannotti making the trip from Australia. Nice shot there from Kueller. Kelly just off, or beg your pardon, Carol. Couple pairs to our right. Here is CDB up on lane 26. Nice shot there from CDB. Here is Zavjalova now in the sixth frame, looking for the front six. Potentially have some early fireworks. Didn't like it, but she got what she was looking for there in the result. It's 10 back. As soon as she let it go, she stood up a little bit and said, probably, not sure what this one's going to do. And so far, so good for DZ, perfect through six. Invite you to take a look at all of our social media channels. The PWBA Tour on Facebook and Twitter. If you are watching, let us know who you're watching, who you're rooting for. If you're just a fan of women's bowling, like many of us are, tell us about that as well. Again, in all social posts, got a cool hashtag for this week in conjunction with Nationwide. Use the hashtag PWBA goes in W. Again, PWBA goes in W. Nice shot from Kelly there. Big double there in the 7th. Like a ball change. Just one open so far on this pair. Over on 25 and 26. Sherry Tan up looking for 4 in a row. Here is Zavjalova. She'll creep into your screen there momentarily, and she will take her time. So she'll reset. Sherry Tan will creep in as well. Here she is, the southpaw from Singapore. A little high, as she'll leave at 6 pin. And Diana now with 7 in a row. Some fireworks early this morning, although for many, I'm sure it is already well in the afternoon. You have almost completed your day. It's Friday, as Tan, there's one screaming back there. A little area. Good shot there from Jazz Reel. Notice Jazz Reel just goes about her business. Saw one of the highlights we posted on Facebook last week. Talked about Jazz Reel making copies of shots. Had 3 shots in a row of hers, and they all look the same. That's always a good sign. Zavjalova trying to make some copies here, looking for 8 in a row. And she will take her time. Didn't like it. Off in the corner of your screen there, you saw Emily Fagan. Emily out competing this week. One of several with local ties to the area. Now living in Berkeley. Of course, with husband Mike. Mike pursuing his MBA over at Cal, University of California, Berkeley. He is in attendance. We'll see if we can have him in the booth at some point during the day. Here is DZ for 8. She'll get the carry. Don't think she liked it still, but we'll take it nonetheless. Also, don't forget, folks, check out the PWBA Facebook page. You could win a cool PWBA prize pack, compliments of Nationwide. Again, just sign up on the page for a chance to win. You'll take a look and see what could be yours. It is free. Now sign up again. The PWBA Facebook page, hashtag PWBA goals NW. If you need to take a look at it, there you go. The bottom right of your screen. Nice shot again from CDB. At PWBA Tour. Check us out there on Twitter and Instagram. Facebook page, PWBA. 7-pin there from Kelly. And the hashtag PWBA goals NW for nationwide. A lot of local flavor actually in this event. Live from Rohnert Park, California. About 50 miles from downtown San Francisco. To give you an idea, if you're, of course, if you are familiar with the area, you probably know where that is, where Rohnert Park is, where we are in conjunction. Diana so far taking their time. It hasn't affected their score, however. Balked a couple times, but hey, it happens. You gotta make sure you're right. Everything feels good before you go. So she'll reset, looking for 9 in a row. Late carry on the 10. No, front 9 for Diana Zavjalova. We'll call her DZ. I did not request permission yet. I'm gonna keep calling her that at this point in time. Don't want to mess it up. I think she'll be okay with it, however, but some cool local media also in attendance as well from the Bay Area. Nice shot from Jazriel Tan here in the 10th frame. Jazriel again, Team Singapore. Wichita State Shocker. And Romeo with the spare. Double-decker lanes. Chatted with the owner there, Mr. Decker, yesterday. I'd like to thank their IT individuals. My guy Chris came in, helped us out, making sure we were good to go. Curtis Woods. The managers of the spot, the league general manager. A nice reception for the players after practice last night. Great host. The hospitality has been phenomenal thus far, certainly, and we expect that throughout. It's a great area and a great time to be a fan of women's bowling. Sherry Tan on lane 26, 7-pin to deal with there. Tan open in the 7th, strike in the 8th, a spare in the 9th there. Rare miss from Jazz Reel on the field shot. Nonetheless, 236 for Jazz Reel. Robin Romeo, 180 to kick things off. Get a good look of Diana Zavjalova. Front 9, Bold TV on Extra Frame, the nationwide PWBA Sonoma County Open. And if there's ever been a story within the story, Diana just not, I imagine, having the right feel as she prepares for the shot. A couple times now she has gotten into motion but had to stop, reset. But again, it's about feel. You got to make sure everything is proper. And to her credit, it hasn't stopped her. She's got the front 9 and missed the early troubles. Shot from Kulik. Kelly was in last week's group step ladder final. Lost to Liz Johnson. 10 shot from Zavjalova. She'll take it. .300 at this level, always impressive. Should it happen. Again, amidst the feel issues for Diana. In my opinion, would make it even greater. Nice shot there from Kelly, wrap at 10. Spare will give her 216. Again, game number 1, folks, if you're just joining us. First 6-game block of the day. We'll take a break and have the second starting about 6:15 Pacific time. Right now you're watching Diana Zavjalova in our featured pair, looking for the front 11. Here's the shot. She'll get it. Easy now, front 11. Looking for perfection. .181 on the other side there for Carolyn Dorn-Ballard. Amy Gamage up on the right lane. That is lane 26. Those counting at home. Elise Bolton with a 185. And Gamage will shoe up first on the approach. Nice shot there from Amy. And now the stage belongs to Zavjalova. Looking for 12 in a row to kick off the nationwide PWBA Sonoma County Open. 12th shot. Yes, sir. Or yes, ma'am. How about that? Diana Zavjalova, 300. Here in game number 1 of the nationwide PWBA Sonoma County Open. I will go ahead and mark that one down in my book. Maybe check it off the bucket list as well. Matt Cannizzaro in the building. Got the video, the final shot of that one. Matt, first of all, welcome. Good to see you.
How are you today, sir?
We've got fireworks already this morning.
Bright and early. Diana loves to perform. under the bright lights, and pretty awesome start to the 2016 nationwide PWBA Sonoma County Open here on our featured pair. Tough act to follow for the next 11 games.
How about that? If there ever been a truer statement, Diana is perfect through one. How about that? Still business to take care of here on lane 25 and lane 26. As Sherry Tan spare there in the 10th. A strike will give her 204. Amy Gamage finishes with 142. If Diana's mom is watching, your daughter said hello. So a good start to a great event here in Rohnert Park, California. As we await of course, our next players to grace the featured pair. Want to reiterate a couple things. The format. If you are just checking out the PWBA this season for the first time, may have missed the Las Vegas Open last week. Format slightly different. 2 6-game blocks of qualifying. Of course, you just saw game 1, and it is almost complete throughout the house. The second 6-game block will take place at 6:15 Pacific time this evening. After those 12 games are complete, the top 32 players will bowl tomorrow morning at 8:30 Pacific time in the cashier's round. That will be another 6 games, of course. Once they are done there, the field will be dwindled down to the top 12. They'll have round-robin match play. Those 12 competitors, however, will be placed into 2 groups based on seeding. The odd seeds will be in one, Group A. The even seeds will be in another, Group B. After the 6-game round-robin match play, which includes a final game position round, the top players from each group, top seeds in Group A and Group B, will have the automatic, or earn the automatic bid or selection to the televised stepladder final. And then, of course, seeding from there is determined by total pinfall. To determine the final 2 seeds, Group A, seeds 2, 3, 4, will have their own stepladder final, along with Group B, same thing, 2, 3, and 4 will be a group stepladder final simultaneously. We'll have that for you, of course, tomorrow. And that is how the final 2 participants will be determined. So it's a very cool format. Allows some opportunity for other players, of course, to make the show and make it interesting. So some new players have made their way to our featured pairs. Gabriella Mayfield former player at University of Central Missouri. Graduate assistant coach at Valparaiso University. Players have made the move. Kelly Callahan, Natalie Goodman, Deandra Asbeatty on 25 and 26 along with Mayfield. Here on 27 and 28. Getting some quick carry there is Missy Parkin. Got to get a picture of Missy's jersey. On the back, essentially is a license plate with her signature on it. With California. That's a pretty cool one. Last week, the leader in the clubhouse for best jersey was Brandy Bronca, had a Wonder Woman. Jersey there, so you can always cool to admire and see the creativity of the players and their jersey selections and choices. Sandra Gungora on our pair as well, along with PWBA rookie Jen Higgins. Right now the names don't match the players. I'm sure those are being tended to. And will be fixed momentarily. And Samantha Shaden. How about that? Nice carry there for Samantha.
Little fast fact for you here, Emil. We saw Samantha shoot 300 last year on extra frame at the U.S. Women's Open. Brunswick Zone Carolier in New Jersey, so a little bit of spotlight success for her as well. Jen Higgins working on 3 in a row, trying to join that club as well. Four for four for the former Team USA member. Chatted with the NBC reporter earlier today, came in and talked with Emily Fagan, former collegiate standout at Wichita State, Team USA member, currently living not far away here in California. Golden State very well represented at this week's event. We also talked about how sharp these players stayed while the PWBA was on a hiatus from 2003 until 2015. And just the great amount of talent here that we see rise through the ranks from high school bowling and junior gold all the way to collegiate bowling. Of course, the NCAA programs continuing to grow. Then on to Team USA, and now a tour to find week-to-week success here, going coast to coast. Right now, double-decker lanes in Rohnert Park, California.
This is a fantastic area, certainly to host an event. Just the talent, of course, involved, and then an opportunity. I know some of the players were in the area like a day early or so and able to check out some local sites, make the hour drive before, if you're already here, or that's an hour drive again to downtown San Francisco, for example. Check out the sights of the bay. San Francisco has to offer it, and of course, check out the East Bay as well.
So halfway through game number 2 here, going along. 12 games of qualifying today, 2 6-game blocks. We saw some fireworks in the opener. Diana Zavjalova with the perfect game, and Jen Higgins now 5 for 5 here on our right-hand featured pair. couple of Queens champions on Extra Frame right now. 2011, Missy Parkin. And a year later, Deandra Asbeatty. Higgins actually made back-to-back Queens shows. I believe it was 14 and 15. Sorry, 13 and 14. So always in the mix, and now, as Emil mentioned earlier, a rookie on the PWBA Tour this year. Probably good timing. Last year's rookie class will be unmatchable. If you'd like to follow along with the scores in action this weekend here at Double Decker Lanes, just visit pwba.com/live. You'll see round by round scores, as well as a link to our Extra Frame broadcast. If you want to see who's in the field, check out the complete roster. And if you're curious about the lane condition that just ended Jen Higgins' run after 5 consecutive strikes here, you can check out the graph of the 37-foot oil pattern, again at pwba.com/live. All the details for you this weekend. Standings through one already updated on pwba.com. Tournament staff on top of its game so far. Zavjalova, of course, leading the way, plus 100 with a perfect game in the opener. Team USA member Aaron McCarthy second at plus 46. Shannon O'Keefe and USBC Hall of Famer Leanne Holsenberg tied for third at plus 45. Jazriel Tan rounding out the top 5 at plus 36. You saw her here on our featured pair as well in game number 1. Again, the top 32 will advance to the cashers round. That'll be on Extra Frame tomorrow, bright and early here on the West Coast. Right now, Missy Parkin is the number at plus 1. So 201 in the opener. And she is tied actually with Wendy McPherson, the Hall of Famer. Still a long way to go. 12 games of qualifying over 2 blocks today, and we'll have it all for you live here on Extra Frame. Matt Cannizzaro and the very talented Emil Williams Jr.
You're too kind.
We got to balance out the rugged good looks with some talent for once here in the booth. Aaron Smith unavailable this weekend, so you're stuck with me.
Aaron Smith trumps us all.
Aaron Smith working hard behind the scenes right now to make sure that we've got everything in order. A lot of pieces need to fall into place for all this to happen. Between Bull.com, PWBA.com, and all the social media efforts. Aaron Smith, Terry Bigham, Jason Thomas. Important pieces to the whole puzzle. Jen Higgins trying to make some moves here in game number 2. She was just outside of the top 32 after one game. Shot 193 in the opener. 35th place. Gora just inside the number at +3. Deandra Asbady had 233 in her first game. Natalie Goodman, 190. Gabby Mayfield, 178. As Emil is joined in the booth here by his former Lindenwood University teammate Brian Valenta. PBA standout here, keeping an eye on things for Miss Mayfield. Got 76 players in the field this week. Great representation from the state of California. That includes Missy Parkin from Laguna Hills. Emil now a PWBA veteran here, week number 2 underway, and you said it goes fast. You weren't kidding. We're already at the end of game number 2 here. Big strike from Asbady on our left-hand pair.
See on the right lane, that is Sandra Gongora. Wichita State shocker, but bowled phenomenal last week. Earned the 2nd seed. The PWBA Las Vegas Open televised stepladder final. Couple good matches between her and Liz Johnson, once in the position round, or I should say game 5, and then game 6, which was the position round, where Liz nearly shot 300 in game 5, ended up with 265. Had a 50-pin advantage heading into the final position round, and then Gongora started with the front 7 of her own, if I'm not mistaken, after Liz started with the front 8 the game before. Ended up with 275, and it was enough after a double. Needed to double in the 10th. He had 6 to shut out Liz to earn that automatic seed or the automatic selection on the televised show. And Gongora did just that. So I encourage you to check that out if you missed it. Catch the archived on both Bowl TV, youtube.com/Bowl TV. Another strike there from Gongora. Nice double. And of course, extra frame.
So if last week's event and the top 4 players headed to the step ladders, any indication of what kind of season we're going to have, it's going to be pretty awesome. That first TV day, May 26th in Las Vegas, it's definitely going to be a who's who. Already shaping up to be interesting and exciting. You know, trying to explain the format a little bit to outsiders. A little bit challenging, but it'll all make sense. And on May 26th, we'll film TV shows for the first 4 stops. So you mentioned Gongora being the number 2 seed, Shannon Plahowski making the show as well as the number 1 seed. And the 4 qualifiers from this week's event here in Sonoma. Nationwide PWBA Sonoma County Open. We'll advance to TV show that day as well. They'll be joined by 4 qualifiers from next week in Sacramento. And then, of course, the live finals of the USBC Queens.
Should be a fun day.
I mean, they're all kind of fun days. You get to see all of that unfold live here behind the featured pairs, and then see it all conclude. Nice spare pickup there by Mayfield.
Don't forget, folks, head over to the PWBA Tour Facebook page. Sign up now for a chance to win a free Shop PWBA prize pack, compliments of Nationwide. You see the link. Go ahead and click on that. Give yourself a chance to win some cool gear. Some of the same gear these wonderful competitors will be wearing as well. You can share all of your posts, of course, on Facebook. Let us know who you may be watching, who you're rooting for, or if you're just a fan of women's bowling. Great to see, certainly at the professional level. You get to use the hashtag PWBAGoalsNW. Again, hashtag PWBAGoalsNW. Take a look at that right side of your screen. You'll see the Twitter handle. Also the Instagram handle as well. So if you're active there also, get to use that hashtag this week.
In our final frame here on 27 and 28, Samantha Shadden, 200. Mr. Parkin can get you at 207. Jen Higgins rolling along, gets the first one in the 10th. She can still get to 248 after starting with the front 5. Gongora can get to the 230s, so 27 and 8, yielding some high scores here early in this week's event. On our other pair, as Beatty leading the way, working on a 4-bagger. She'll head into 10th momentarily. And some struggles for the other 3 on that pair. The left-hander, Goodman. Uses the 7-pin only. Great shot there by Higgins, can't get the 10 out.
Mentioned the success last week for Gongora. Certainly the way she competed last week, the way things are going right now, I'd expect her to be in the hunt every week. Powerful release. Into 230s now. They'll try a different ball here in the fill shots. Here is Deandra Asbeatty, former Husker. She'll leave the 10-pin in first shot in the 10th frame. Spare strike would give her 213. Nice spare for D. Husband John made the trip as well from the Chi, Chicago. matches, or excuse me, some games finishing up, I beg your pardon. Just off to our right. See if we can give you some extra bowling. Since our feature pair is complete, this is Kelly Callahan. It's the head pin low right there, but got a good making to spare there. And the lefty Natalie Goodman. -10 after 1, Natalie. First strike in the 10th. Good to see Wendy McPherson back competing. Saw her last week at the Las Vegas Open. Prevalent theme, of course, that continues and will continue throughout. Certainly one of the bases of the PWBA Tour, the collegiate talent. Collegiate bowlers that certainly now have a tour to take that next step, head to the next level. We saw Natalie Goodman, a member of Vanderbilt. Angie Ramirez finishing up on 29 and 30. Maryland Eastern Shore. Randy Bronco went to Kendry. Katie Sutphin went to Central Florida. We'll see Katie coming up here shortly. Mentioned Gabby, of course, went to Central Missouri and assistant coach at Valparaiso. The list can go on and on. Mostly Galante, Weber. Spent some time at University of Pikeville as well. Kayla Bandy, All-American at Pikeville, and now head coach at the University of Maryland Eastern Shore. Funny how all that works out. So the collegiate players, schools that are represented all the time. There are several shockers, of course, in the field. We can take it back a few years if we'd like. Certain Hall of Famer in the field that went to San Jose State. Linda Barnes. Game 2 complete. Players making the walk.
We get a pretty good mix of players here for game 3. International flavor as well. Megan Kelly, of course, the daughter of USBC Hall of Famer Linda Kelly, working on her own Hall of Fame career here. Full-time player out here on the PWBA Tour. Lily Roble from Mexico. Wei Fen Nu from Singapore. Christina Wendell here. We saw her last year at the first standard event of the season. Sacramento was a top qualifier, finished as runner-up to Alicia Current. Karen Marcano, Venezuela. Her sister Alicia, a very talented player there as well for the national team. We saw them both recently at the World Women's Championships in Abu Dhabi. I believe Karen rolled a perfect game at that event. As soon as we receive the scores through 2 games, we'll update you on what's happening here. Game 3, nationwide PWBA Sonoma County Open underway. Jody Wessner up on lane 26. We saw her shoot a USBC Women's Championships record 23-30, all events total back in 2010. Tacoma Para wins at that event and kind of burst onto the scene a little bit, and now she's everywhere. Trying to make her breakthrough performance here at the PWBA. Pretty awesome list of champions from the 2015 PWBA season, the return of the PWBA. Only fitting. Liz Johnson wins the opening event, the USBC Queens, the first of 3 titles for her, on the way to Player of the Year honors. Other winners include Alicia Current, Singapore's Jazriel Tan, 2015 Rookie of the Year, Stephanie Johnson, Shannon O'Keefe getting things done with Bill O'Neill, the PWBA Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles, otherwise known as the Lucy. Former Nebraska standout and Junior Team USA member Liz Culkin added her name to the list, as well as Amanda Green. Zavjalova saw her in game 1 with a 300 here to open things up this morning. She won last year in Minnesota, followed by back-to-back wins by Liz Johnson in Detroit and the U.S. Women's Open. So 2 majors for the Hall of Famer, and the season concluded with the youngster Danielle McEwen earning her first PWBA and first major title all at the same time at the Smithfield PWBA Tour Championship, promoted by Go Bowling. And we've seen Danielle do some magical things in recent years in the Team USA and collegiate ranks, and now a top player out here on the PWBA Tour, and I'm sure we'll see her come through here in the next 9 games as well. But we'll turn our attention back to game 3 of the 2016 nationwide PWBA Sonoma County Open here at Double Decker Lanes, Rohnert Park, California. Matt Canizaro alongside Emil Williams Jr. See, I tried so hard over the last 2 years not to say Emil Williams Jr. when I was sitting next to Aaron Smith, and now trying to do the opposite. Now that you're back, it's very challenging.
Well, I apologize.
No, we're glad to have you back. And we get to see plenty of Aaron Smith as well throughout the year, so it's nice to mix it up a little bit. Glad to have both you guys on the team and behind the scenes here as we roll through the many events on Extra Frame, Bowl TV, and just our general coverage of all USBC events. So you guys have had a pretty busy couple weeks. You especially coming in, just kind of getting started around March 1st, and we threw you right in. We knew that you were already a veteran from back in 6 years ago.
I love how you said that.
And
we just threw you right in.
Threw you right in. You got to go get settled in and see your cubicle for a couple days, and then it was on the road. Packed the suitcase, off to the intercollegiate team and singles championships in Wichita, and that was followed by some time in Las Vegas for USBC convention, USBC Hall of Fame inductions. So a little Bowl TV experience there for you. And then, of course, the PWBA Las Vegas Open, and then back in at the USBC Open Championships in Reno for a couple days, and now here we are in Rohnert Park, California. So pretty good variety for you. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, some extra frames, some Bowl TV. What do you think so far?
Well, it's all been great. Let me just say that. Getting kind of reaccustomed to travel. Used to travel, a lot, so that's not a huge deal certainly. But when you remembering what to pack and how to pack is important. So I think later on when I get back to the hotel, it's about that time to do a little laundry. It's been about 3 weeks on the road.
I didn't want to say anything.
Well, hey. Let me be clear, though. I packed plenty.
Well, pretty good segue there, actually, for some of our international players here. They go on the road for many days, endless days, it seems like, especially these Team Singapore folks. Big group, always on the road at the top events, and here they are again. They found success last year, of course. Jazriel Tan winning in Lubbock. I was in attendance for that one. Very cool to see that, and now they're back. And we already mentioned Roble from Mexico and Marcano from Venezuela. I bet they have some pretty sizable suitcases as well for these trips, especially with the PWBA Tour expanding to 14 events this year. Not to mention the varying lane conditions from week to week, and you don't know till you get there. This week, a 37-foot oil pattern. So along with having all the jerseys in gear, of course, you got to have all the right bowling equipment too. And couldn't imagine what it's like as a professional bowler traveling internationally. But they do it well, and they find great success. One pair to our right, Maria Jose Rodriguez from Colombia, USBC Queens champion, and a member of that Colombian national team as well with Clara Guerrero and a nice Colombian contingent. We saw Rocio Restrepo last week, the 4th member of the TV show for the Las Vegas Open. Seems like, thanks to social media, we're able to follow all these players. They are always on the road somewhere throwing a bowling ball and representing hashtag PWBA. Hashtag PWBA goes NW. Or Nationwide, our title sponsor here at this week's event at Double Decker Lane. So thank you to all of our sponsors for all the great support, of course. And those partners well represented here in the bowling center with signage, really transforming this and giving this venue a championship feel. One of those nice touches, the championship banners hanging at the end of the lanes. Some pretty terrific names out there. From here we can see Kulik, Bluchowski, Zavjalova, Mandy Green picking up her first title last year. Maria Jose Rodriguez, of course, with the Queen's title. And then the throwback, Carolyn Doran-Ballard.
Legend.
She had some amazing seasons on the PWBA Tour prior to the doors temporarily closing back in 2003. And I got to sit down with Carolyn recently, and we chatted about just last year's return to the tour. And it was an eye-opener for sure. Some of the classic players coming out and maybe not realizing how talented the next generation is. And Carolyn's been working extremely hard since last season to get ready for this year, and keep an eye on her in the standings, along with her fellow Hall of Famers like Wendy McPherson, Linda Barnes, Leanne Holstenberg. They're far from done in their careers, so looking to continue their success here on the new PWBA Tour. And you're watching it all live here from Double Decker Lanes. And almost as good as the talent on the lanes is the talent behind the lanes. It is the gentleman behind the scenes. You mentioned John Asbeatty, former collegiate standout at William Patterson. And he's here helping his wife, DeAndrea, of course, and kind of walking around, carrying bowling balls and offering advice. We saw B.J. Moore. He was part of the Dallas Strikers team that shot 300 in the PBA League on ESPN last Sunday. Anthony Simonson, 2016 USBC Masters champ, is here as well. PBA Southwest standout Nathan Bohr here to watch Maria Rodriguez do her thing. Perhaps we'll get a chance to chat with some of these gentlemen throughout the next couple days here. Definitely plan on having Curtis Woods Jr. join us in the booth at some point, hopefully to talk about bringing this event, as they call it, the little city of Rohnert Park. Yeah, I know it's cliche, but the red carpet definitely out for the PWBA here. You see it in the media, and you see it inside the venue. They're ready and excited for this week's event. Shout out to Jonathan Burke tuning in from the East Coast. Watching his pal Christina Wendell try to make some magic here in our featured pair. Hopefully with him tuned in now, the strikes will come for Christina. If you're curious about any of this week's details, lane condition, or just like to follow the scores, visit PWBA.com and check the tournament schedule. Feel free to look ahead towards next week or reminisce about last week's Las Vegas Open and the sweet sounds of Jason Thomas, Emil Williams Jr., and Aaron Smith here on Extra Frame. Get to see USBC Masters champ Mike Fagan in the building as well. He's here on the West Coast working on his MBA, but in the building to watch his wife, Emily Fagan. Of course, our favorite lane guy, Eric Pearson, in town working for Kegel here to make sure that this 37-foot oil pattern looks just right. This pattern at 37 feet, a little bit on the shorter side, not too short. A lot of the players migrating towards the outside part of the lane here, at least early in qualifying. We'll have 6 games. We'll take a quick break and then come back online for 6 more games before we cut the field down from 76 to the 32 cashers who will join us here at Double Decker Lanes tomorrow morning for 6 more games before we cut the field again to the top 12 for match play. So we did kick things off here at 11 a.m. local time, 2 p.m. on the East Coast. Next squad will begin at 6:15 here in Rohnert Park, 9:15 Eastern. But things moving along. We're already past the halfway point of game number 3. Not as many strikes here in game 3, Mr. Williams.
Not so much, and I think that's just due to, well, not just due, but certainly one of the factors as the lanes continue to transition. Saw some of the high scores on the fresh instantly right out of the gate. Diana Zavjalova shot 300. Of our featured pairs here, 27 and 28 to be exact. The players going to migrate. See the transition. Of course, the goal always to be ahead of it if you can. Still plenty of games left, and then always interesting to see how players begin the next block on the fresh after they've made the adjustments decided how they're going to attack the lanes based on their results in the previous block.
Definitely a lot of bowling compressed into just a couple of days, but I don't think they'd have it any other way. Very cool opportunity to be back formerly on tour. It's the real deal. They had a practice session yesterday afternoon, and staff was here all day getting the signage and everything set up and the banners, and really, again, with the staff here at Double Decker Lanes, giving us a true championship feel. Practice session last night from 5 to 7, followed by a VIP reception for the players. Turn around again this morning, another practice session for those who chose to work through the week and get here for this Friday qualifying round. 12 games over 2 blocks, and then competition all day Saturday. That's tomorrow, of course. Sunday, a travel day for all these ladies to get back to work. Some of them working their schedules and condensing things into a 3 or 4 day work week to be able to do this. Mix in practice and a lot of training, exercise. We see a lot of hard work from the likes of Ashley Galante, Maria Jose Rodriguez, Heather Dierko, and Bullfit. That's a full-time job for sure, along with, for many of them, actual full-time jobs. So I definitely commend these ladies for putting in the work and turning out for sellout field just about every week.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And you mentioned there's just that extra practice session this morning. And as the hosts and tournaments can consider the just what the players have to do to make it and what they adjust from a weekly standpoint, working standpoint as well. So if you couldn't make it out last night, there was one this morning. So just little things like that I'm sure the players appreciate. If you were around, of course, for the reception last night. Again, great job and great work from the staff here. Mr. Decker, Mr. Curtis Lewis Jr., of course, just making sure the players were taken care of and are taken care of while they're here, and that their experience when they're not bowling, or even during their competition, is a great one. One of the exciting portions for me that I'll be watching and paying attention to, and as will everyone else, I'm sure, it's just kind of who will become kind of that next star, if you will, and some of the players who people may not know or have heard of, or may have heard of slightly in various events, of course, but kind of start to break through here on tour, start to figure things out, start to win a lot. You can see a lot of times, of course, players with the talent, and sometimes it's that process, of course, from making the adjustments both physically and mentally to succeed out on tour. Simple things like not only physical adjustments, but we mentioned, packing, just as simple as that sounds. But if you're going to be on the road for a month, knowing what you need, different things like that. So it's an entire process that equals success, I believe.
Well, I don't want to ruin next week's storyline, but I did get to chat yesterday with one of last year's champions, Alicia Current, and she is one of the players in the generation who went to college knowing that there was no PWBA tour to aspire to. She started college just after that 2003 marker, so it was focused on bowling collegiately, but also getting her education and knowing that she was going to have to make a career decision after college. And for her, she was able to find a career in the bowling world, coaching in high school, and then now coaching collegiately. And her success at Delaware State, and just being able to use those players kind of as the motivation. You want to inspire them in the times that you're talking to your players about the mental game and the mental aspects of things and the physical part of it, just being able to find time to practice. But she said for her, the mental part was the biggest challenge of last season. She won right out of the gates, and it was the first standard event of the year. Of course, Liz Johnson winning the Queens, but a few weeks later, the season really kicked off in Sacramento. Alicia, the first winner, and at that point, the bar is raised pretty high. So there was a lot of pressure after that to try to maintain that level. Of course, you're not going to win every week. Being out here against the incredible amount of talent, it's just not realistic. But she put so much pressure on herself. She found some struggles and worked very hard in the time since to keep her skills sharp physically, but also to work on that mental part of it and realize that each week is a new week. Focus on that task and don't raise that bar too high, because obviously she has the talent. She's proven it all the way from Junior Team USA all the way up to that win here on the PWBA Tour. So just relax and enjoy each week for what it is. And she said a lot of the things that she's taught her bowlers about from the mental side of things ended up helping her in the long run too. So looking forward to seeing her success here and next week, of course, as she goes to defend her title at the Sacramento event. But Mr. Williams right now, I think I'm going to step out and see if I can't find Curtis Woods Jr. Maybe get him on for some or all of the next game to talk about all the pieces that went into making this event a success, and you know what their feel is as far as this tournament and the turnout, and of course the local media coverage has been great. So I'll do that. I'll leave it with you, and one of us will be back here shortly for game number 4.
Another great shot there from Sutphin, 6 in a row for Katie, a former Central Florida product. Of course, many of these ladies know one another through, of course, whether it's hometowns, same areas growing up, high school, college, national team experiences, and then there are, of course, players that don't know one another, and sometimes you get that opportunity when you cross together. Heard about that a little bit in last week's event, just players getting across with people they may, of course, have seen before but never really chatted with, and have that opportunity to get to know one another as they cross throughout qualifying and sometimes match play as well. So that was a stingy 10-pin. Probably didn't see it off on your screen there. Lane 24 made a wiggle but did not go down. Shot from Lilia. Got a peek at Leifin New. She was in the group stepladder final last week in Las Vegas. The representative of Team Singapore. Won the first match versus Carolyn Doran Ballard. We're falling to Rocio Restrepo. In the Group A stepladder final, allowing Restrepo to clinch that final spot in the televised show. We mentioned the speed of qualifying. It does go by very quickly. Game 3, of course, now in the 10th frame. There's Wendell. That's a great shot. In game 3 on a high note, 202 for Christina. Another great shot there from Sutphin. Katie with 7 here in a row as we coming up on the completion of game 3. Please be joined in the booth by a great individual. I know him a little bit a few years back at the Open Championships. None other than Curtis Woods Jr. First of all, sir, how are you doing?
I am excited. This is very cool. This is happening in our backyard. I'm still kind of in disbelief this is really happening. So we couldn't be prouder to have this event here. Having the literally every one of the best women bowlers in the world. There's not one that did not show up. So I mean, this is incredible. So we're just having a great time with it. We're trying to keep them as happy as possible, but you know, that's not in our hands after they start bowling. They can blame the lane man after that.
That is such a great point. We talked a little bit about that, just from, for example, the VIP reception, last night, and then of course the multiple practice sessions. Trying to make, like you said, the players as happy as possible. What goes into running the event like this, and how did you guys come about as one of the hosts?
So getting the event, it just kind of happened about 3-4 months ago, maybe a little longer than that. So when I worked for Columbia, when I got hired by Columbia in 2003, obviously it was my last year on, almost my last year on tour. It should have been my last year on tour. Chad Murphy was the one of the tour reps for Columbia, and obviously he realized that I probably needed to get a job. So anyways, we became friends. He hired me at Columbia, and we become good friends. And Chad's moved up in the ranks since then. And he contacted me, reached out to me about 3-4 months ago, maybe a little longer than that, saying, hey, are you guys interested in hosting one of our tour stops? And I believe I said yes, as he was still asking the question. And then I brought that to Jim Decker, our proprietor here. And he was, ecstatic. He's like, absolutely. And so it was really that easy. They sent us the contract, we signed it, and then we just started trying to get our ducks in a row. And the great thing about working at Double Decker Lanes is our staff's amazing, our management, our ownership. It's all so good. We all work great together. We all want the same outcome. We want everybody to be happy. And we just started delegating. We just started putting people in charge of what needed to get done, and it just kind of happened, and anything we didn't understand or have an answer for, we just reached out to the PWBA. So we reached out to, Jason Thomas, who we've known each other for a long time, and Caitlin and Damon. I've known Damon since I first started bowling on tour. I actually think he was the first person to find me. So, but I still love him. But anything we had, they helped us with anything, So, yeah, it just kind of came together. Obviously, the week of, there's anxiety.
Sure.
But
I would say so far so good.
So far so good, just not knowing where to get bleachers. How many times in your life do you need to order bleachers, and took care of that. And then these stanchions that are around us, which I just learned about 3 months ago what stanchions are. And we actually ended up.
Those are important.
Right, exactly. I mean, this event's actually made me smarter, which I can only go up. And it just kind of came together. And I mean, every part of our staff, from ownership, management, our mechanics, our front desk staff, our bar staff, everybody just got involved and has made this, not to jinx it, extremely smooth. It really has. It's just like, for something we've never hosted before, I think it's going really well, and we're only going to build on it. We're gonna get together when this is over, and we're going to build on it. We're going to make it better, because we want them to be as happy as they can be before they start bowling. And we love living where we live at. I think Sonoma County is an amazing place, and we want everybody to experience it. What's here for them. So, and that started with the VIP night last night. Wasn't quite sure what that was, but we just kind of winged it a little bit. And if we're in Sonoma County, what are you going to do? You're going to serve wine. So we had a little vino for the ladies, and just wanted them to have a nice, relaxed atmosphere. And we had our volunteers. We've been fortunate enough to have, right now we have 16 volunteers out here, which is, they're making us look really good right now. And they're doing a great job. And so they were there last night, and everybody had a really nice time. Everybody's real thankful. All the lady professional bowlers are extremely respectful, classy, above and beyond, very appreciative, and they couldn't be easier to deal with. And if you haven't seen them bowl, they're amazing. Women's professional bowling has never been overall this talented. And I think that's just the evolution of professional sports. But it used to be a handful of players had a chance to win each week. There's 76.
Not anymore.
No, not anymore. There's 76 women here, and half this field has a chance.
Not anymore. We talked about, in fact, a lot about it, and simply because it is prevalent, the international side of the sport, and specifically women's bowling, and then how that has transferred over to, for example, the PWBA Tour. And to go along with that point, just the overall field as a whole is pretty tough. And you can go down each pair in any particular game, and almost all of those individuals on that particular pair will have an opportunity or have a chance to win, and very, very well win at some point this year.
Yeah, no question. And like you touched on the international aspect. I mean, if you aren't, a lot of people aren't aware how serious the sport of bowling is taken outside of the United States.
Absolutely.
It is. We're talking national coaches, training facilities. It's a full-time gig, and I might be overstating or overspeaking here, but I believe countries have actually are funding this as well. But like yesterday early afternoon, all the ladies from, I believe, Singapore, right? And they all came in, and it was, even though this is a singles event, it was a team structure down there, and it was. And we have people here watching early, and they were just locked in on what they were doing. There was a routine, and they stuck to it, and it was just cool to watch. It really was, and that's what every great athlete does. That's what every great team does. But that's what every great athlete does too. There's a routine, and they have that, and a lot of these players have it, and the condition these women are in these are top-notch athletes. These women are in phenomenal shape. It is really cool. I mean, it's impressive, and it's cool to watch them on TV, but to watch them live it's even more so. It's even more so. I've had so many of my customers walk up to me today going, "Wow, Liz Johnson, she's even better in person." I go, "Yeah, I mean, great is great, but you don't appreciate it until you see them in person. It's like
definitely.
It's like going to a concert to see a band. It's always that much better in person, and they're amazing, and the way the ball comes off their hand, I mean, it just revs off their hand. They're in such a great position at the bottom, and this is going to come out wrong, but it won't be the first time in my life I put my foot in my mouth. They don't throw it like girls, or maybe they do throw it like girls. Maybe this is how girls throw. They are good. This is why that some of them compete with the men and can beat them consistently each week. They are for real.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, talking to Curtis Woods Jr. here on Extra Frame, Bowl TV on Extra Frame, 2016 Nationwide PWBA Sonoma County Open. Make sure you like us, folks, on Facebook, PWBA Tour, Twitter, Instagram as well. Hashtag PWBA Goals NW. Title sponsor here nationwide, of course, one of the individuals involved and responsible for the venue here at Double Decker Lanes, being the host, Mr. Woods, and everything we have mentioned. You touched on it briefly. Just this particular area, Rohnert Park, Sonoma County. Tons to do, of course, about an hour from downtown San Francisco. If you are local, certainly, we definitely encourage you to come out and check these wonderful ladies out in person. But give the folks who may be unfamiliar with the area what is there certainly to do, not only in the Bay Area, of course, but here in Sonoma County.
Well, there's so many amazing things about Sonoma County. First of all, like you said, we're less than an hour with no traffic. We're less than an hour.
That's a key.
Right, that's a huge key. to San
One-on-one
Francisco.
can be tricky.
Oh, that's put it nicely. You know, we're less than an hour from San Francisco. We're 30 minutes from the ocean. We're 20 minutes from a lake. You know, we're just north of us is Healdsburg. That's Dry Creek Valley, Alexander Valley. They make the greatest zins in the world, hands down. We have top-notch restaurants. It's never ending. There's always something to do. We have you know, museums. We have the Charles Schultz Museum here. You know, Charles Schultz wasn't from here, but he lived here for many years. You know, and you know, you'll go around Santa Rosa and see Snoopy. You'll see Woodstock. You'll see, you know, all of them, Charlie Brown. And I don't know if there's another place outside of Santa Rosa that has a Snoopy, but we actually have a Snoopy statue here, which is pretty cool. But there's just there's a lot of cool stuff to do here. You know, and that's why, I mean, tourism is big here. You know, and that is one of the difficulties for the women when they come out here to bowl, or if we have any event. It's a big area for tourism because of the wineries and such. So it's tough to get a good rate for the ladies to stay here. But and I was a little nervous about that, but they all found a way. They all just either, you know, bit the bullet, you know, roomed up together, did whatever. But they're all here, so I'm excited about that. And you know, hopefully we grow off this. They all come back next year. That's our goal, because we have so many people here right now, and it's morning time. So a lot of my customers, or our customers here, have found a way to come up with a cough this morning. So it's good. They might have missed work some to do this. So we don't encourage that.
That's saying something right there. Though.
Exactly.
That is saying something.
So no, this is great. I'm looking around. This is so cool. Yeah, absolutely. So, no, there's always something to do here.
Featured pairs starting to get underway in front of us. Megan McGinley, Karen Russell on 27 and 28. Also on our pair, Janelle Walton and Brandy Calderon on 25 and 26. There's Heather Dierko, Christine Leon, Jackie Carbonetto. Curtis, of course, plenty of experience actually on the lanes. You have won, I believe I've lost count how many regional titles.
A big fish in small pond syndrome.
I tell you what, I'll take it.
Yeah.
So if you want to trade, just let me know.
No, it's bowling. Bowling's been good to me. It really has. I always tell people I went to the University of Bowling. You know, it's got me to where I am today. I'm in a good place. I'm able to do exactly what I love to do. Being close to home, I get to be involved in both my kids' stuff that they're doing. You know, my oldest is softball 5-6 days a week, and I get to leave and come back, and it's great. It's a great opportunity. I mean, I'm in a great place right now, so it's nice.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Mariana Ayala also on 25 and 26. But as a bowler, give me an idea of what you've seen, just what the lanes have done or what they're doing, and how these ladies are combating this 37-foot pattern.
The greatest thing about women bowlers, they've always broke down the lanes properly. They've always started together in the right part of the lane, and you know, they're not going to make the lanes. If these lanes get tough, it's not because of the way they broke them down. It's just the way they're developing, you know. And when we've hosted, this will be our 14th straight year hosting a PBA regional event, and the only two times the cut was plus is when we put cheat out there. So the back ends get really tight here, and obviously the fronts go away because that's what these bowling balls do. So but I'm noticing they're not moving too much off the spot from when they started. They're just trying to manipulate that out there around 4 or 5, and either shell down or surface down or whatever, and they're doing a great job of it. But speed looks like very speed sensitive, a little touchy. But they're all doing a great job. And what's leading right now? I haven't even had a chance to see who's doing it.
Absolutely. Let's take a look and see if
Looks like Diana, who shot 300 the first game.
If the updated scores, and they did after game 3. So Diana still in the lead at plus 143. Again, get off to the best start possible.
Yeah.
With a 300 right here on the featured pair.
Yeah.
186 and then 257.
Wow.
Most recently in game 3. So
That's great.
plus 143 after 3 games. Danielle McEwen.
That's funny because Danielle McEwen's in second, and somebody walked by me. He's like, "Oh, Danielle's struggling," and I look and she's in second. So if that's struggling, well, it's Danielle McEwen. She's great.
At 2-0, 212, and then 254.
Yeah, the great ones always figure it out, don't they? Always do. Right
now, the cut line for the top 32 currently is
minus 23.
Minus 23.
Yeah, not hard to believe. This is a tough bowling center to cross, and they get extremely tight down lane, like I said. So it's they get a little tricky, without a doubt. But all the women, I mean, I don't see anything shiny. Which
a lot of surface.
You have to, because like I said, the ball has to try to slow down lane, So they're smart. Not only do they throw it great, they're smart. They see the lane, they get it. Typically, as you do a re-oil, so after this block, I would be surprised if the scores got higher. Typically when we rerun them, they get even tighter down lane just out of the gates. So the scores are, they're going to be even lower. It becomes a full-on grind. It becomes a full-on grind here. So, which I think last year there was a lot of grinds, wasn't there? I mean, last year there wasn't a lot of high numbers. There was always 1 or 2 girls that kind of figured it out,
sure, and
then kind of ran away a little bit, and the rest were just stuck in this big pack.
Absolutely, and I think with a pattern like this where the scores are lower, you'll start to see sometimes that the event format changes, where of course 12 games of qualifying, top 32 cashers round tomorrow for 6 more games, and then the top 12 move on to match play where they're broken down into groups by seed. So you'll start to see, of course, more ladies have an opportunity to make either of those step ladders in that group, those 2 groups at the end. But it's always good to see, in my opinion, you get to see some events, of course, and the swarm pace may be a little higher, and then of course you need some events where they're a little lower to kind of balance that out.
No question.
A little bit, and I think the players also appreciate that as well.
No question, absolutely. No one wants to play on the U.S. Open every week, because it's not so much the physical part, it's mentally draining, and you got to refuel. So sometimes it's nice to kind of make them a little easier so you can strike a lot and throw less shots. Obviously at the professional level, the goal is to have the players that throw it the best, reward them. But it's sometimes it's nice to make it a little softer, further. It's not so emotionally draining.
We talked a little bit about what was going on in Game 3 previously, and around us, the scores started to seem like they were getting a little lower.
Yeah, it's funny. I was telling someone the other day that this house, starting from lane 1 and going to lane 50, you're basically starting with shine, and then you work yourself to more dull. Because as you get into the higher end of the house here, whether it's topography or whatever, they're even tighter down lane. The ball doesn't slow down, so you got to use surface to slow the ball down. And so of course, what happens is the low end of the house is hooking more than the high end. So, or I'm sorry, the high end's hooking more than the low end. So in other words, like the low end's tighter. I'm like, I've never seen that. So goes to show this is why I work for a living now, sure, and not bowl.
Taking a look at a few scores here. 25 and 26, this is Heather Dierko. Heather, former collegiate player at Robert Morris University. Has her own business, Bowl Fit.
Oh, really?
Absolutely. She is, I believe, certainly a certified personal trainer, but has her own business specifically dedicated to the fitness of bowlers. Of course, obviously, she's on tour and has some great knowledge in that field as well. So
That's great.
yeah. And again, you mentioned, talked about earlier, just the physical fitness and of these ladies, and it is a full process from working out to making sure they're physically capable to succeed, and then of course not only physically, but then there's that mental workout that you need as well to when you get into the match plays and the one-on-ones and certain things. You got to be strong there as well.
It's yeah. I mean, you're using different muscles. It's obviously everything applies in every sport, as in core, flexibility. I mean, that's a given.
Sure.
But in bowling, you see people that will hurt their hip because that hip pointer comes into play a lot when you're clearing that right hip and getting that leg behind. You put a lot of pressure on the hip pointers. You do a lot of stretches like that. I would think. Yeah, absolutely. I think that Heather's going to probably do very well with that with the higher level bowlers, because they all need a little direction on having some direction when you go to the gym on what to be working on.
Nice spare from Christy Leon.
I'm rooting for all the girls, but Christy even more so. She's her and her boyfriend Joe are good friends of mine, and I've known Christy for a long time. Her dad Terry, I've known for a long time. A great bowler for many years.
A good look at Jackie Carbonetto. Turn your screen on lane 25.
Carry that.
That one crossed over a little bit early.
She's in full-on grind mode. Hasn't opened. She's got 77 through 4, clean, -2. If that's not grinding, I don't know what grinding is.
That is a fantastic point. And
yeah.
we talked about what the cut line is currently at -23, and so that gives you an idea of, again, what the ladies are going through. Again, Diana Zavjalova started the day with 300 in game 1. But we've seen a couple of big numbers, but not too many. So I expect that pace to continue, kind of the continuous grind, if you will. There'll probably be a lot of 2-0s, 2-1s, and when you can get to 230, 240, 250, you got to be able to take it.
240 is going to have you. You're going to go up the scoreboard pretty quick. Starting to see some people move into about 8-9 now. Not sure if there's much hold in there yet. They started off pretty flat, but obviously they've built up enough hook spot to the right where they probably have no choice. Now it's a matter of getting the right ball in your hand, the right surface.
Well, this particular pair, you're talking about 27 and 28, was where Diana shot 300. Saw Katie Sutphin just shoot 260.
Well, yeah, it's funny.
Well.
Exactly. Just typically our highest scores come from this part of the house, so not too surprising. We put in new pins about a month or so ago, so we've had a little while to break them in, but they're still a little heavy, But I'm sure that they're going to be a lot more broke down after these ladies are done with it.
A lot of strikes being thrown.
Absolutely, yeah.
As well, here is Brandy Calderon on lane 28. Brandy's still playing the outside.
That looks
there.
good.
That's
That's
a
really
great
good.
shot. Nice shot there and a big double.
All the women that are throwing it really good and balls reading late, they'll just keep their hands and elbow just buried on the inside of the ball. It just does not come around. It's something when I'm doing clinics and giving lessons to our bowlers here, just like, you don't want to come around the ball like that. You don't need your fingers to rotate that much to hook a bowling ball. And if they're here today, hopefully they're paying attention to that, because these women, they just see very little rotation, and it just revs off their hand. You don't see a lot of big angle down lane. They're just getting that ball to stand up about 40 feet, 40, 42, and it's all just facing up to the pocket. It's
I've asked this to a couple of people just within the last week or so since the 2016 season has kicked off, and you've seen a lot of bowling. You've bowled yourself, and then you've obviously worked with many. If you were coaching a young lady, somewhere between 12 to 16, 17, for example, what would you, kind of teach them and kind of have them on the right path to get to this level at some point down the road?
So we have a handful of great young bowlers just in our junior program here. We have a couple 14-year-old. We have Miranda Pattison, who's actually was just here. They're leaving to go bowl the state finals for Pepsi in Fountain Valley this weekend. And Chris Milne, who's 14, Robbie Parr, who's 17. They're all going there, and they were already good. They were already good. They were already gifted when they came to me. And then basically, then a lot of it was instinct. They're just you have this instinct when you're good. You just do. I don't know whether you call it coachable or whatever. So at that level, you're kind of explaining to them why they're good, and when they stop being good, you tell them why you're not being good. So it's just understanding their games, but everything's very similar. You're teaching the same thing. Don't accelerate early. Don't pull from the top. Keeping the ball on the inside of your shoulder. Understanding ball reaction. You don't need to throw shiny stuff to see your ball do a 90-degree angle down lane. Get used to seeing your ball hook earlier. Control the ball. Control the hook. And so that's a special exception. You're talking about kids that are already really good. Now, if you're talking about brand new bowlers, obviously you're just teaching fundamentals. It's getting the ball pushed out on time. Getting the ball pushed away from you, letting it fall free, follow through, look at your target. Usually you start off by setting their hand on the side of the ball, and then as they get better, you slowly shorten their push away, and you start getting their hand under the ball more. So the evolution you're going the other way. So I mean, if you look at all these bowlers today, how many of them really have a big long push away? Danielle McEwen she just drops it. They just drop it in the slot there. So like I said, from the beginning bowlers, it's just the fundamentals, and then it's all different. You base it on how that person is. So, and we're lucky. We have about 50, maybe 50, 60 junior bowlers here. We focus on it a lot. We obviously want a lot more, and we're going to get there. We work really hard on fundraising. We do fundraising. We do a crab feed every year. This year we sold Christmas wreaths. We do bake sales, obviously. Always doing something because we give out a lot of scholarship money, so we want to make it appealing as well. It's not so much the kids that want to do it. We gotta get the parents to bring them here.
Absolutely.
So if we can get the parents involved, which right now we've never had so many parents involved, and I don't have to tell you how much easier that makes our job, because we just need you to bring them here, and then it's up to us to teach them and grow it.
It's a two-way street in that regard. With you, first, youth, of course, the future of our sport, and you see the kind of the fruits of that just by watching what we see here. Many have started, of course, in youth bowling, worked their way up through high school, through the collegiate ranks, and now, of course, with the tour being available yet again, they've got something to aspire to. But at that early age, certainly it's the parents, bring the kids in, and then, of course, as a parent, they entrust their child to you at that point to provide what they need in this environment.
Yeah, absolutely. And the one thing is, I don't know how many kids we have. We've given out scholarship money to everybody. Some more than others. Everybody gets something. I don't know of another youth sport to where everybody gets scholarship money. It's usually very top heavy. But we have kids that have been bowling our program for 4 years that don't bowl really anything outside of just league here, and they've acquired at least $400 or $500 in scholarship money just doing something they really like to do. And it goes directly into their smart fund accounts, and it's really cool. And some kids really take to it, and some of the parents really take to it, and it's awesome. But it's there for them,
Sure.
So it's really a cool deal.
Absolutely. The SMART program will actually have a little story about the SMART program as well next week as part of our Future for the Sport campaign. Through 7 frames here. We talked about Brandy Calderell, and she has seemed to find the right path to the pocket. A very nice 3-bagger. And we'll see her up in the right lane here. Spare from Miss Walton there momentarily.
Brandy's got a good team. So not only is Brandy a really good bowler, her husband Mike repped for, is it Ebonite? Yeah, for a while. And Mike's a really good bowler himself. So they make a good team together. And watch Brandy's hand. I mean, it's buried inside the ball. It just stays there.
Just Megan McGinley looking for a double. Megan from the Jersey area.
And she's kind of in that no man's land right now where there's just no hold there.
Heather with the 6 spare on lane 26. Ariana Ayala, member of Team Puerto Rico. Well, here is Calderon looking for 4 in a row.
Get up.
She'll leave a 10 pin, but
Yep.
you kind of
Makeable.
see her ball roll and then where she's playing. Of
Yeah.
course,
Still
and
throwing
most.
still throwing some surface on there, and looks like she's in, just not too far into the track. She's just around 8-10 and letting the friction of the lane pick the ball up. And
I've seen a couple plastic balls hook at the end of the pattern.
You saw that too? Yeah.
And so you can see where the hook is. Now, obviously, you don't want your plastic ball to tell you that at
No.
the end, but
No. That's the obvious difference in lane conditions between a house shot and professional oil patterns is there's a lot less oil in the front of the lane. It's amazing how that kind of changes everything.
nice spare from Calderon. McGinley with 114 in the 7th. Can get to 204. Here is Karen Russell.
Karen Russell, she's from Sacramento. And I was talking to her coach, Mark Benavides, who I've known a long time. She's only been bowling for like 3 years. So this is obviously an experience for her, but hey, for only bowling 3 years, she does it pretty good.
Absolutely, and then to really have the courage, really, to be able to want to come out here. Because, or that early on, it could be maybe an intimidating portion or factor to not want to come out and compete, but I think, I'd have to imagine that's the attitude she took to want to compete out here and A, kind of measure herself up to where she is right now, and B, to see, where she may want to get to and talk to some of these top level players and get to know them and kind of pick their brain, if you will.
Yeah, right now that ball's way too shiny. And her, obviously she's struggling right now, but if you watch her, she's working. She doesn't look like a deer in the headlights to me. She's grinding right now. She's giving it all she got, and I'd like to see her 3 years from now or 1 year from now. I think you're gonna see a difference. I mean, you can just tell she's a competitor. She wants it.
Absolutely, and that's the right attitude for anybody.
Yeah.
Saw Christie get a good break there, leaving just the 10, but she'll try to take care of that.
Yeah. Linda Barnes is 62 under, but she's gonna make it back. I guarantee it. She's so good.
Nice shot there from Jackie Carbonetto. And you mentioned the game a little bit earlier. -2, hadn't given anything away yet this game.
Grinding. Turnover. Yeah. Isn't that brutal? The washout when you wrap
That's
the one
worst.
around the 10
That's one of the worst.
What is up with that?
Good shot there from Karen. Some good scores going on as Leon misses the 10 pin there.
And that's just, you can just tell how much hook's in the front of the lane because she just that was a plastic ball. She rotated her fingers early, and that ball hooked.
It started to pick up.
Yeah, it did.
Here is Ayala now coming up on the right lane on lane 26 on your screen. 105 in the 7th for Ariana, striking the 8th. There's Calderon. And another 10 pin, but again,
Sign of a decent ball, a good ball reaction. I mean, when she's not peering at the bottom, still hitting the pocket, and you're getting 9. That's good. It's when you're getting 6 and they're not together. Something's not right.
here is Ayala. That one's got to turn up. She'll get
Oh,
some
nice.
carry.
Does it really good.
Really good showing last week as well. Cashers round. Again, top 32 move on after 12 games of match play. This is game 4 of block number 1. Block number 2 will begin at approximately 6:15 Pacific time tonight. Joined by Curtis Woods Jr. Got a great hand in making this event take place, happen here at Double Decker Lanes. Got a chance to speak with the proprietor here, Jim Decker, yesterday. In fact, Jim got a hold of the IT personnel that we had to chat with to make sure we were good from an internet standpoint. So the entire staff here, as you mentioned earlier, have just been phenomenal. And we certainly appreciate it, of course, and the players do as well.
Yeah, that was a lifesaver bringing in Chris, our internet guy. That would,
he was fantastic.
Yeah, if it was to rely on us, it'd be a hot mess right now. We'd have to be faxing you or paging you the scores right now.
Speaking of scores, be sure to check out PWBA.com. You can check on the events, of course, as well. Click on tournaments or schedules, I beg your pardon, and click details. You can also go to PWBA.com/live, and that will give you everything, of course, from the qualifying scores here in round 1. You can check out the lane pattern as well. So for those of you who like to analyze the patterns and the graphs, that is available for you as well.
Now, is there a name for this pattern? Because I keep getting asked. Is there a name for this pattern, or it's just a 37-foot, 30?
It is the nationwide
There you go.
PWBA Sonoma
Awesome.
County Open pattern.
Perfect. We got a pattern named after us.
2016, yes.
It just keeps getting better for us.
Again, by Kegel with the ice oil this week. I believe last week was fire, so I like to mix it up a little bit as well.
Which makes sense why the back ends are going to be even tighter.
37 feet. Saw the players, and still seeing players, of course, play that 5 to 6 area, most playing up the lane. Those who may be able to get a few extra revolutions on the bowling ball, you can see them going left to right, but not covering too many boards. 9 to 5 or 4 instead of 15, for example, 15 to 5.
My experience with ice oil, which isn't a lot, but when I bowled at Nationals 3 years ago, they had the ice, and it's something you couldn't really move left to that hook spot until that hook spot was extremely developed, because it would just either not slow down or ping. The ball would just never slow down, so you have to literally stay in the same spot and just ball down.
Janelle Walton from Placentia, California. Opportunity there. She'll have 183. If she can
Look at that.
3 in the 10th. There's
With
Carbonetto.
the double, the early double in the 10th.
Yet again, and so when I was bowling collegiately, that's pretty much how my games would look all the time.
I did that crossing the country.
A lot of spares. You catch the double.
I wish they would have paid you for spares on tour.
But to your point earlier, I mean, it's a prime example of kind of taking what the lanes are given at this point, not trying to do too much, but still understanding, where you need to be from a lane play standpoint, and when you get the opportunity to put some strikes on the board, hopefully the pins cooperate. She's got a circle double.
Ooh, great shot.
Nice pin action
Little
there.
messenger there. Look at that.
We'll take that messenger.
That looked like her brother with the blue hammer. Her brother, Brett Wolf.
Mr. Wolf.
Yeah.
Mr. Wolf has got some success.
He's made $1 or $2 with that blue hammer.
Indeed he has. We chatted about that previously
Oh, did you?
a few times at the Open Championships.
Brett,
haven't seen him in a while. Good dude.
Brett used to actually live up here. He worked for the other company. It's not Pepsi, and he was a rep up here. Yeah. He sold the other sugar water.
Nice choice of words.
Thank you.
Well done.
I don't want you to yank the mic away from me.
See Ayala now. She's on a 3-bagger. She'll want 4, and that one's a little high, and she'll need 3-6-10.
With Carbonetto, like a score like that, and she's -2, and if she makes a spare, she's +1. It's literally, she needs her ball to probably hook just 6 inches sooner, just a little bit more, and it's going to turn that 2-0 into a 240,
Minor adjustments. And we talked about as we get closer to the end of the block. Again, game 4 coming to an end. The players will have a chance, obviously, after that first 6 games to reevaluate on all levels, whether you're leading, in the middle of the pack, or down the low. Yet evaluate what's working and what's not as they get prepared for the later rounds, or the later round, I should say. 203 for Carbonetto. A great game. Ayala makes the spare. She'll finish with 182. Walton finishes with 161 here on 27 and 28. Heather Bierko with 178. McKinley, a strike in the 9th. Calderon, nice shot there from Brandy. So a double as she heads to the 10th frame, or in the 10th, I beg your pardon. Megan will get some carry. She'll take that double. Don't want to give too many pins back. Well, another strike here will put her in the 190s. Calderon, if she can bring a strike here, put her in the 220s.
Oh, read it. Get there. Oh, fall. There you go.
How about that?
Nice shot. Nice shot. It's good right there. She's 119 under. Field ball strike. She's 93. It's a big number. I don't see that number. I mean, I'm wrong every day, but I don't see that number going up. They're not going to get easier. I've already seen there's this transition going on with us. They're identifying the hook. They're getting a little left. They don't know where they get left with the dull ball, or how straight to keep their angles. If you get something too shiny, it's going left and right. As a bowler, as a high-end, professional bowler or someone who bowls for a living, you're looking for hold. No one's ever won there's a great saying, no one's ever won a tournament with bad ball reaction, and you're always trying to find a little hold. So if a bowler can't see hold, you instinctively, your body unconsciously starts trying to help it a little bit. Trying to save it, you're holding on to it. As soon as you start seeing a little bit, you don't need a lot of room. As soon as you see a little bit of room, your swing will just relax. And it just kind of happens.
Calderon finishes with 225. McKinley with 181 at 225. And a high, we look down about 4 pair or so. Nice job by Calderon, and perhaps that is what she needs to kind of keep on going there. Curtis, as we let you go, any final thoughts and final words to those listening, and tell them to come check out Double Decker Lanes.
There you go. Yeah, we're just so stoked. We have so many people here right now. We have more coming, and it's just we're so excited to have everybody here and showing off our facility in Sonoma County, and we hope to make this, a favorite spot for all the pros. I can't tell you. I don't know there's not even a word yet I can even describe how excited we are. So if you're in the area, you're listening, come on down. We are not charging you to come in. That's a decision we made right away. We want everybody to experience this. And come on down, have a good time, and root them on. I think everybody, this is so new to everybody. It's a little quiet in here, and I think once they start hearing some other people cheer, I think tonight's going to be awesome. I think you're going to hear a lot of hooting and hollering tonight, and it's going to be a good time. But thank you. I want to thank you and Matt and everybody. This is top notch, and we look forward to having you guys back.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. That is Curtis Woods Jr., the man, the myth, the legend, doing some great things in bowling development, and certainly one of the leaders here at Double Decker Lanes. Curtis, we'll let you go, but we appreciate it, and I'm sure we will talk to you maybe tonight if you're around as well, and tomorrow also.
All right, man. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Well, Curtis will continue to provide the best customer service that he can to the bowlers. His dad, Curtis Woods Sr., got to know him a little bit in my time in Reno. Very good man as well. In fact, knows his bowling also. You should see Mr. Woods a little bit when I had some time to practice. And he'd be over at High Sierra Lanes. We chatted up a little bit. Again, so great job to the staff here at Double Decker Lanes as we continue on now our live coverage of the 2016 nationwide PWBA Sonoma County Open. Another legend joining us now in our featured pair. This is Leanne Holstenberg. Leanne, of course, along with Guerrero. Clara, longtime member of Team Colombia. Leanne, third on the all-time PWBA titles list with 26. Ashley Perkey joining us on the featured pair as well. Ashley, former Wichita State Shocker also. And Karen Rosbrook. Karen, another local from Albany, California. Went to Fresno State. Good bowlers joining us here on 27 and 28, on 25 and 26. More great talents. The reigning Storm Sacramento Open champion. See if next week Alicia Curran can defend that crown. She is on lane 26. Colleen Radin from Santa Rosa, California, on lane 25. Kayla Bandy, head coach at Maryland Eastern Shore. Alicia Curran, head coach at Delaware State. So through collegiate bowling as competitors, Kayla stand out at Pikeville, but now both essentially giving back in the form of coaching at the collegiate level. Shot there from Radin, almost had the big four. She'll take a good count. Game 5. Nice opening double for Kayla Bandy. And Brittany Himmelreich. Good opening spare for Rosbrum here in your featured pair. Want to remind you folks, again, check out PWBA Tour on Facebook and Twitter. On Twitter and Instagram, actually, at PWBA Tour. Specifically on Facebook, you give yourself an opportunity to win a Shop PWBA prize pack. Again, we want to make sure that we get you in gear. All the latest and greatest from the PWBA Tour. Again, a free Shop PWBA prize pack, compliments of Nationwide. All you have to do is just head to, again, the Facebook page, PWBA Tour, check it out, click the link, and sign up for free for a chance to win that prize pack. Make sure you use the hashtag PWBAGoalsNW. Again, that is PWBAGoalsNW. Use that hashtag on your social posts. Twitter, Facebook. If you need to see it in person, check the bottom portion of your screen, right-hand corner, at PWBA Tour. Follow us Instagram and Twitter, or search that on Facebook. There's your hashtag there, PWBA Goals NW. Of course, Mother's Day coming up this Sunday. Kayla Bandy would like to extend a happy Mother's Day to her mom as well. So happy Mother's Day to all, and happy Mother's Day to Mrs. Bandy.
Mr. Williams, I hope you had an enjoyable and informative chat with Curtis Woods Jr., General Manager here at Double Decker Lanes. Accomplished bowler, knows what the bowlers want, and certainly delivering that this week here at the Nationwide PWBA Sonoma County Open. Would you agree?
Absolutely. He expressed that actually a lot, just making sure that the bowlers had what they needed. He wanted to make sure that they had what they wanted, and as a staff, making sure that they could provide what was necessary as well. I think all in all, so far, of course, things are going well. He is excited, appreciative of the bowlers, and of course, in turn, hopefully the bowlers appreciate he and the staff and their hard work as well.
So a few bowlers appreciating the hard work here at Double Decker Lanes. Diana Zavjalova leading the way here through 4 games. Our first block of qualifying. She's at plus 155, a 238.75 average. So games of 300, 186, 257, and 212. That means we're due for a big game here from Diana. I believe she's down on the low side right now. Just behind her at plus 120, Sandra Gongora. Saw her last week find some success at the PWBA Las Vegas Open. We'll see her again on the televised stepladder of that event, but trying to make it 2 for 2 here in 2016. Again, she is second at plus 120. Close behind Jen Higgins, PWBA rookie, former Team USA member. We've seen her on a couple Queens TV shows in the past. She's at plus 110, a 227.5 average. Danielle McEwen, the youngster, 1 title, 1 major. So she finished the 2015 season in a big way. Looking to get some momentum here in 2016. She is 4th at plus 95, followed by Jasmine Coleman and Jazreel Tan at plus 79 to round out the top 5. Alicia Current on our featured pair right now, actually up on lane 26. Our defending champ next week in Sacramento. She is 7th at plus 77. Leanne Holstenberg, the Hall of Famer, on our other featured pair, not far behind in 10th place at plus 57. Kayla Bandy is 12th at plus 54. Claire Guerrero, 13th at plus 45. Still a long way to go. We're going to cruise into the finish line here shortly. This is game number 5. Final game of this early qualifying round coming up next. We'll have a short break, and we'll be back for round 2 at 6:15 local time, 9:15 on the East Coast. We'll have a recap of the day's events for you on PWBA.com and Bowl.com. Can't wait up. I don't blame you necessarily, but it's Friday night. Friday night at 8. Join us here on Extra Frame. And we'll cruise into the finish line with you. Back at it tomorrow for the Cashers round and then match play. So exciting couple days coming up here from Double Decker Lanes. Thanks for tuning in. This is Matt Cannizzaro alongside Emil Williams Jr. Game 5 rolling along, one pair to our right. Singapore's Shayna Ung with the front 5. We'll keep an eye on her as things unfold here. Last game down on the high side, Jen Higgins had the front 8. I was there. I was ready. I came up a little bit short, 266, but she's third right now. Having a great day. Of course, we saw Diana Zavjalova, the 2013 USBC Queens champ, shoot 300 in our opening game here. Live on Extra Frame. What a way to start the day. Diana still your leader after 4 games. Here's Claire Guerrero Looking for 3 in a row. And she goes high. Lucky to leave just the 6-10. We appreciate everybody tuning in from across the land. We'll have wire-to-wire coverage almost. We'll get down to the last 4 players at least who will advance to the TV show here at the nationwide PWBA Sonoma County Open. That TV show will tape May 26th in Las Vegas as part of the USBC Queens package. 4 TV shows taped that day. This particular one will air June 14th on CBS Sports Network. So we'll have bowling on the CBS Sports Network all year long. 23 events between USBC and the PWBA. So looking forward to a regular presence for the sport of bowling. Great spare pick up there for Alicia Current. Paired to our right, Shayna Ung, still perfect through 6. Shayna Ung, 7 for 7. She's shaking her head, but still looks good on the scoreboard. If she gets close, we have an additional camera option. So we can make that happen perhaps if we need to. Shane Ung, 8 for 8. So we're gonna do some camera work, I think, on that pair of lanes here in just a minute when she gets up for her 9th shot. Didn't like the last one on lane 29, and that one results in a 9 count. So 279 possibility here for Shayna Ung, and great game nonetheless. But back to our featured pairs now, as we get ready for the foundation frame here. Wrapping up to 8th right now. Here on 27 and 28. Both players looking for 3 in a row here. Karen goes high and leaves, luckily, just the 3-pin. Claire Guerrero playing the extreme outside part of the lane here. And that one a little too extreme for Guerrero, and it goes in the drink. The gutter ball on the double. It's a risk reward. Fortunately, that one, there was no reward. Claire's going to step up and reset. Guerrero again, 13th overall after 4 games at plus 45. Gets that one where she wants it and covers the spare. Just a hiccup. Long way to go in this 12-game qualifying block. Claire still can get to 226. Now the Hall of Famer and Holstenberg clean through 8 with 4 9 counts. She's got a mess to clean up as Kayla Bandy steps up on lane 26. Her move. And our final frames coming up here momentarily on our featured pairs. Not a lot of strikes here in game number 5. So this 37-foot oil pattern looks to be getting a little bit tricky as the day progresses. Got off to a great start this morning with Diana Zavjalova shooting 300. I think some of these players might be thrilled about the oil break coming up here in one more game. We'll go back to Shayna Ung, one pair. Minus 42, so that puts her back in the plus heading into the final game of round number 1. Again, the format this week, the top 32 players will advance from this field of 76 to the cashers round that will take place tomorrow morning bright and early here in Rohnert Park, California. And after 6 more games tomorrow morning, the top 12 will advance to round robin match play, and that's where it gets a little bit interesting. The field divided then into 2 6-player mini fields, essentially. The odd number players in one, the even number players in the other. And they will bowl 5 games of round robin match play, followed by a position round. The leading player in each of the 2 groups automatically advancing to the TV show to be taped May 26th and air on June 14th. And then players 2, 3, 4 in each group will participate in a dual stepladder. The winner of each stepladder also will advance to the TV show. And seeding will be based at that point on pinfall, so the 2 winners or leaders will be seeded 1 and 2 based on their overall pinfall, and then the 2 stepladder advancers will be 3 and 4 based on their pinfall. So if you're curious about how that works or you want to see it in writing, just visit pwba.com, and all the details on the formats can be found there, along with all the scores and notes from these first 2 events. And the standard PWBA prize fund, $10,000 top prize each week. Final frame here in game number 5, Leanne Holstenberg, the USBC Hall of Famer. Looking into the bag. She's got 1 shot left to try to get an idea. Maybe catch a big game 6. So she threw the ball well here. Didn't get the carry, and then that split in the 9th frame. She can get to 198. And Perky goes to the bag for the fill ball. Finishes with 167 on our other pair. Caleb Bandy doubles in the 10th to get to the 170s, 179 possibility. Alicia Current with a strike on the fill ball can get to 179 as well. So 4 players essentially in the books here in game 5, and no 200 games out of those 4. So things getting tricky. You definitely have to earn it out here on the PWBA Tour. Make great shots, make your spares, and take advantage when you have the look. Familiar voice in the background. I believe Shannon O'Keefe is right behind me, possibly coming our way for the final game. We'll see in a minute. Right now, wrapping things up here. Rosburn with the big finish. She's going to be in the 230s. Guerrero trying to get close. Great shot there. She can get to 226. Our other pair, 25 and 6. Looked like a grind. 179 for Alicia Current, 176 Caleb Bandy. Another good shot from Claire. Can't get the 10 to go. The spare should be at 215. That'll be our final shot coming up here for game number 5, the finale, just minutes away. Then we'll have a 3-hour break to get reset, get ready for 6 more games this evening. All right, 2:15 for Guerrero and game 5, Dunzo. We'll have Game 6 coming up in just a minute. Players making their moves. We'll have that for you in just a minute. Thank you for joining us. Continued coverage of the nationwide PWBA Sonoma County Open. Matt Canizaro alongside Emil Williams Jr. We'll be right back.
Curran is your 2015 PWBA Storm Sacramento Open champion. Stephanie is headed home to Chris and Levi with a trophy and a check and a spot on the PWBA Tour Championship. And Amanda Green is your winner this week in Lincoln. Diana Zavjalova is your champion. Liz Johnson, your winner this week in Detroit.
He don't consider it cheating now. Repeating now.
Hello again, ladies and gentlemen, and as we get settled in here for game number 6 of this first qualifying round at the nationwide PWBA Sonoma County Open, scores updated through 5 games already. Tournament staff doing a great job keeping you updated out there. Again, if you want to check out the scores, you can visit pwba.com or pwba.com/live. You also see some other notes. But right now, Diana Zavjalova still riding the momentum of that 300 game. She is your leader at plus 167, 233.4 average. Sandra Gongora close behind though, closing that gap with a huge block. 203, 237, 225, 255, and 233. She is second at plus 153, just over a 230 average. Jazriel Tan in third place at plus 122. Danielle McEwen plus 110. And Jennifer Higgins rounding out the top 5 at plus 96. So some great international representation at the top of the leaderboard right now. Again, 9 countries represented this week at the nationwide Sonoma County Open. And the top 3. Familiar names from across the globe: Zavjalova, Gongora, and Jazriel Tan. Right now, the cut number after 5 is minus 12. Rocio Restrepo from Colombia. Saw her lead qualifying last week at the Las Vegas Open. Went on to make the TV show. That will tape May 26th as well and air June 7th, I believe is the date. See if she can make it 2 weeks in a row. Right now she's at minus 12, just inside the top 32. Those 32 players will advance at the end of the day today. 6 more games coming up this evening to determine who those players will be from this field of 76. On our featured pair this game, local standout from nearby Pleasant Hill, California, Jacqueline Matsutani. Debbie Ayers, familiar name for us at the USBC Queens. Saw her shoot 299 there a couple of years ago. Shannon O'Keefe. Her PWBA title came last year at the Lucy with Bill O'Neill, the mixed doubles event. She was runner-up at the U.S. Women's Open. She's had some great success over the years, including now as a collegiate coach at McKendree, leading her squad on the girls' side to the NCAA National Championship event. And on the men's side, with husband Brian O'Keefe, national champions. Spoiler alert here in the booth. If you haven't seen the news, you're hiding. But make sure to check that out when it airs on CBS Sports Network, along with so many other great bowling events. 23 events for the year. CBS Sports Network stepping up, doing big things for bowling. Just like extra frame, here we are. Behind the lanes, 25-6, 27-8 here at Double Decker Lanes. Also on this pair, Daphne Tan from Team Singapore. Another international champion stepping up on 25-6. Carol Giannotti won the USBC Queens back in 1989. We didn't have an international champion at that event until Zavjalova got it done in 2013. Joining Giannotti, 2015 PWBA Rookie of the Year, Stephanie Johnson picked up a win last year. Also, Miss Zerbinski. Former collegiate standout as well, the left-hander. Nice to see all these familiar faces come through game after game. Great personalities here on the PWBA Tour. Signing autographs, shaking hands. Pro-Am coming up tomorrow night. So if you're in the neighborhood, you want to come by and meet some of these great players, you can do that right now. Thanks for tuning in. Shannon O'Keefe, thanks you. She is going to try to put on a show here. She's got the front four right now, trying to make it 5 in a row. And she does. Signature Shan O'Mac, fist pump. Already the halfway point of the final game. Round 1 of qualifying. Round 2 coming up later tonight. So game 6 rolling along here. Daphne Tan looking for 4 in a row after the missed single pin. Shannon O'Keefe trying to stay perfect. What a way to start to finish the day if she can keep this string going. Getting your money's worth of your extra frame subscription right off the bat today. And how can you not love tuning in to watch the best in the game here on the PWBA Tour? O'Keefe, lane 27. And the 10 pin will not go. O'Keefe 15th at plus 44 coming into this final game. Daphne Tan 24th at plus 17. Matsutani minus 77, 43rd place, so still within striking distance of the top 32, which that number right now, minus 12. Miscue by O'Keefe there in the 6th frame. Szczerbiński inside the number. She's at plus 3, tied for 27th place. Stephanie Johnson just outside at minus 32. She had a great run last year on the way to Rookie of the Year honors. Match play at every PWBA stop. Doesn't get any better than that, Mr. Williams.
Including last week. So that's a heck of a start. I will say it is weird to see the negative numbers by her name, but that's just indicative, I believe, of the pattern, the condition this week. Same thing with Liz. Liz currently minus 63, but full on expect both of those ladies to make the top 32. Shannon right back on the strike train there after that rare miss. That was a quality shot there by Debbie Ayers, and 7-10 to deal with in the pocket. First game brewing here from Brianna Caldwell-Cote. And just as I say that, the old broadcaster's jinx chops a spare. Nonetheless, 145 in the 7th. An opportunity to get to plus. Here in the first block at the end of it. Game number 6. 2016 nationwide PWBA Sonoma County Open. Of course, qualifying today, match play, or cashers round, match play, and then group stepladder finals tomorrow. We'll have a pro-am tomorrow as well, tomorrow evening after the stepladder. So some of the world's best will remain here. So again, if you are in the vicinity, certainly encourage you to come on down. Double-decker lanes. Jim Decker, the proprietor. Curtis Woods Jr., general manager. We may even let you speak to Matt Canizawa, who's the real attraction.
Well, they do have us roped off. It's probably for our own safety, I'm sure. For protection rather than quarantine. Brianna Cote, we'll see her on Bowl TV coming up this week. Her and husband Randy be headed to the USBC Open Championships. We'll have them live on Bowl TV May 10th, 11:30 Eastern, 8:30 here on the West Coast. See if she can't give us a little something to talk about on that broadcast. We'll have their team event, but right now it's all about Brianna. I'm trying to make a move here at double-decker lanes.
Mrs. Serbinsky able to get them all to fall there in the 8th frame. She's got 207 out there and would like to remain plus. As the first of 2 qualifying blocks come to an end. She bowled very well last week. Finished 18th, just missed the match play portion. Looking for more of the same. And make that next step, of course, and that is to make match play this week.
O'Keefe can't get the messenger to roll over that 4-pin. Still a nice game 6 for her. Sure, a little bit to think about during the extended lunch break. Always a good time to regroup, double check the game plan, maybe make some equipment changes. With only 76 players in the field, not really too far out of it. 6 games to go, a lot can happen. 32 advance. Take that ratio any day.
Another good shot there from Debbie Ayers. This time all 10 go down. She's thrown some good shots. Carey has not gone her way.
Now we are just a few minutes away from disappearing here for a few hours. Next block coming up at 6:15 local time, 9:15 Eastern. We'll have that all for you live here on Extra Frame. If you want to check out the scores and see how your favorite players fared today, visit PWBA.com. Round 1 qualifying scores up right now through 5 games of Game 6. A few minutes after they're done. And then a full recap for you later tonight. So O'Keefe looking to finish strong here in Game 6. Coming in 15th at plus 44. Going to add to that. It's a nice finish.
.235 for Shannon O'Keefe. Colte able to just nick the 10 pin. As long as it goes down, that's what's important. Take that spare. Strike will give her 205. Bring her to just 16 under. For 6 games. Good shot in front of us from Matsutani. 2:03 for Cote. Big spare at the end there for Daphne Tan at the bucket. Able to convert to stay plus in that game. Final shots in game 6 here on 25, 26, 27, and 28. Feature pairs here. We've got some other pairs still going just off to our right, entering the 10th frame as well. Stephanie Johnson strike there in the 10th. Another quality shot there from Liz Johnson. Ten pin for Liz on that second shot in the 10th frame. Spare will give her 226. So an inch closer to that plus margin. Great shot there from Debbie Ayers, and she's thrown a couple quality ones this game. That was another, unfortunately. Some of those shots didn't result in strikes. Shot 150, 151. Two for Stephanie Johnson. Bowling on our featured pairs has completed. So that'll do it for us here after the first 6 games. Be sure to check out PWBA.com for the updated standings. Of course, once a game 6 is included, check out the standings to see where your favorite PWBA bowlers are in the standings. Of course, round 2 will begin at 6:15 Pacific time, of course 9:15 Eastern. So appreciate those in advance who will stay up late with us this evening. We will have that 6-game block for you when we return for Matt Cannizzaro and Curtis Woods Jr., who joined us in the booth earlier today. I'm Emil Williams Jr. saying so long for now. Again, 6:15 p.m. Block 2 here at the 2016 Nationwide PWBA Sonoma County Open. We'll talk to you soon, folks.